To put it in the chat box. Okay, so I've kept the chat box open in front of me, and you can please type in as we go ahead. Okay, so let's start. So welcome everyone. So this is the cybersecurity. I call it as Security 101, which is part of the overall security and privacy sessions that we are going to have. So predominantly we will have two sessions. So this is session one. It's very unfortunate that the session was planned on Tuesday and I was not able to do that because of some other urgent assignment which came across in the office. So I had to attend to that. Nonetheless, we will continue with our session today. So this is going to be the session one. I'll try to be as simple in terms of my messaging as possible because cybersecurity is, I mean, looks to be typically a very complex or cryptic subject. But I'll try to make it as it's not as complex as it sounds, but you just need to get into the thick of it and you will start understanding the things. So today we will cover the basics of cybersecurity. So before going into it, I think I would also like to give a little bit about this organization called Satcom. While most of you might be aware because you are going through various sessions. So Satcom is an NGO, and you heard just a couple of minutes back Abhijit Bede, who is one of the founders of this particular NGO, and people like us who are from the industry. We help this particular foundation for its objectives and its vision. So the main objective of, let's say one of the objectives of this institution is basically to fill the gap between the industry and the colleges. So today, there are certain topics which are taught in the colleges, which is the academia predominantly. And what happens in the industry, there is a big gap between that, and it is always there because what is theory and what is in practice is always something else. So through our experience and exposure, we will try to make you aware of what's happening in the industry, try to make you aware or make the try to make you see the topics through a industry lens, so that you come to know that what is happening in the industry, or how the theory that you learn is typically applied in the industry, what are the things that are important from industry perspective, so that it will be helpful for you to be industry ready, so that when you join, you don't have some basic questions, and you are better equipped. And B is also to plan your career. All these topics which are being discussed here, some of them are very specific topics like cybersecurity, which can help you to define your career path in case you are interested to develop your career. So it is also an opportunity for me to entice you into this particular career, or at least give you a fair share of knowledge from my perspective, so that you can make an informed decision whether you want to join, or whether you want to take up cybersecurity as a career path. Because as you know, there's tremendous amount of demand in this particular area in terms of job opportunities. Okay, so why this particular topic? So why Satcom has taken this particular topic as one of the topics. There are many other topics, but this particular topic, the importance of this is multifold, as you can see here. So, I mean, cybersecurity has always been there. So you would have seen IT security department in most of the companies. Of course, you are still getting into corporate, or you are just a year away, probably, or a few months away from getting into it. But these departments used to be always used to be there, and they used to take care of basic IT security part. But later we had, as you know, the cloud revolution, and most of the applications moved on cloud, which is predominantly data centers which are managed by third parties. And with cloud, then there are a lot of other things that came into play. And after cloud, which was predominantly between 2010 to that entire transformation or revolution, till about 2016, 2017, a lot of applications started moving on cloud. Then a lot of companies were cloud only companies, and also you had a lot of out of box applications. For example, the entire email suite that we use, the Gmail is a cloud application, or you use the private space that is provided to you, uh, by Google Drive, and all sorts of applications which provide this kind of storage space. So all these things. I think there is something in the chat. Yes, please go ahead. Okay. So I was just distracted by the chat. But if you have anything, then okay, you can keep on typing your questions. Maybe I'll take it at the end. Depending on specific questions.
Yeah,
Okay.
Abhi, there was a question that I want to ask our DevOps. So to your point, let them keep typing, and maybe in your before you end today's session, you can go through that and
Yeah, yeah,
cover.
yeah. That
Yeah,
was my point basically, that you can type in and then whatever is relevant, because there are certain questions which I may not be able to answer, and they'll get answered in other sessions. But whatever is directly important for you, I'll just scan through it and we'll spend some last 10 minutes for this particular session. So please uh, keep on typing it. I'm not going to answer it as we go, because it will disrupt the flow of the presentation and I'll lose my ideas. But we'll definitely spend some time to go through that. Okay, so I was talking about cloud, and we use a lot of out of box cloud applications as well. And post that, you had this COVID-19 pandemic. Now, with the COVID-19 pandemic, the digital transformation got accelerated. And because it got accelerated, that was obviously also an opportunity for increase in the cybersecurity threat landscape. And it is ever increasing after that, you would see. So there are two things that happened. One is digital transformation acceleration, the need for digital transformation, need for using online platforms, but post COVID-19, and the huge technological disruption that has happened. So if you would have seen in 2023 November, when ChatGPT was announced, after that the generative AI field has just exploded, and now we are talking about agentic AI, and there is complete I would say disruption into the IT space and the way we are going to look at the future. And this has also definitely opened up new opportunities as well as new threats in terms of cybersecurity. So all these aspects of it basically are important in term when we are doing the need analysis, why this topic is required. And now you will see cybersecurity is a talk of the town. Every single company, whether it is small, medium, or large, is talking about this. They have a separate focus, they have a separate budget, and a separate hierarchy within the organization. So on one side we have huge amount of threats, and on the other side we have tremendous amounts of opportunities. So if you are interested, you can take the advantage of these opportunities. So this is why this topic definitely needs a specific, or let's say a special attention. Now let's get into the or a deep dive into the topic. So as the topic says, it's about security and privacy. So I wanted to basically first clear the notion what is the difference between security and privacy, and because both are what we are talking about is cyber security, because security is a larger topic. Security means also your physical security, I mean physical security that is used in the office or in the corporate, or in the building where you are, which takes care of various different physical asset security or personal security, etc., etc. But when we talk about cyber security, then it is very specifically I would say focused onto the digital asset security aspect of it. Anyways, so we'll try to divide this into two parts, which is security and privacy, so that you understand what is the difference between that, and then we will go on more towards the cybersecurity aspects. So I have given one example here. So you can see a house. This house has typically, I mean, this is like any of us, right? There's a family, there are two kids, husband and a wife. And then I have also shown you a safe, right? And this safe particular consists of all the valuable items that you would keep. It's a physical safe, and it's locked, right? So this is the situation. So this is just for you to imagine so that it becomes easy for you to understand. So a safe depicted in the diagram is basically represents the security. I would just request everyone to go on mute, please, because otherwise no, I think there is a chat message saying PPT is not sliding. Oh, okay. I don't know why it is not sliding. Let me just try to reshare again and see if that makes sense. Okay, I think I have solved that problem now. Just give a thumbs up if you are able to see the. Uh, okay, great. I think Sneha is giving me us. Excellent. So this is the first slide which I was talking about. So this is the house which I was talking about with the family, and then this is the safe. So what the safe depicts the diagram. Uh, guys, please don't raise your hands right now. Please put your questions in the chat because it distracts me. I'll take all the questions at the end. We'll spend 10-15 minutes there. Okay, so don't raise the hands. I'm not going to allow you to speak right now. But when we go into question and answer session, sorry, you will get appropriate opportunity. But please keep on typing your questions. Don't stop at that. That is important for us to understand what are the specific questions you might have, and we'll take that up. So don't worry about that. Okay, so coming back to this one. So we have got so this safe. What does this safe represent? This safe basically represents security, which involves measures taken to be protected from danger, threat, or harm. So what is the threat here? The threat for the valuable items. So for the valuable items, threat is that some thief might come and he might steal those valuable items. And so that this thing should not happen, what we have done, we have put a control. What is the name of the control? The name of the control is safe, which is a physical device which we have kept, where we are putting all the valuable items and locking that, and there is probably a number lock, etc., etc. So all the things that we discussed right now, which are related to this small item which is safe, and the valuable items, they come under the umbrella of security. And when we are talking about cyber security, it's all about digital assets and the data and the information and its sensitivity and its protection and its movement, etc., etc., which we will shortly see. So that's the first part. The second part comes to privacy, because what happens is security and privacy, they are all interconnected, right? But they have a different meaning, and they have a different objective. So we need to be clear in terms of what is the differentiation between these two words. So when it comes to privacy, right, the key to the safe, or it could be a physical key, or it can be it can be a code number if it's a numeric lock. The key to the safe, which is accessible to the parents. So we are just assuming here that the kids are smaller, and the information is all the information which is related to the key is not provided to them for security reasons, as we always say. The key to the safe, which is accessible to the parents and not accessible to the kids, depicted in the diagram, represents privacy. So this is so privacy has levels, right? It could be confidential, it could be sensitive, depending on the level, the stakeholders who can access that particular information, the level of the privacy changes. So here there are two levels. So this particular information, or let's say the access to this asset is since it is sensitive, these assets are only available to certain family members, which is the husband and the wife, who are the senior people. So the privacy level of this is at a certain level, which maybe we can say that it is confidential. And when we define it as a confidential, it can be accessed only by the parents. and the kids will not be able to access that. So this particular differentiation between who can access and who cannot access this information, or who do not have the right to access this information, and then in the our IT world there are tools which help us achieve that. That actually portion comes under the privacy. So security talks about controls, and privacy typically would talk about the access management and who can see what information, etc. So the definition is the key to the safe, which is accessible to parents and not accessible to the kids. Depicts in the diagram represent privacy, which is your personal information, and the control to ensure how you allow it to be accessed as well as used. So although this information is I would say related to the family, which is the, you can see the money and the gold, etc., etc., it is still very much specific to the husband and the wife within the family, and that's how the house has decided to have these privacy levels. So I hope that this concept is clear and we will move on. So security can exist without privacy, but reverse is not true, because it's like, privacy is like one of the parts or one of the branches or one of the leaves of the entire tree, which is security. And under that security as a tree, you'll have various aspects. You will have digital security, you will have personal security, you will have physical device security, and so on. And privacy becomes a part of that. So this is basically for you to understand. Now let's go to the next. What are the fundamentals of the security? This is a very important slide that I'm going to talk about. Now for that, I would like you to, imagine maybe your college, because that's one entity that all of you have basically, or you all of you understand that entity. So consider that as an enterprise. So when I say enterprise, it could be your university, which is also an enterprise, because that university is set up to for a business, and they are in the business of education, right? So, and they have an objective, or they have a vision, or they have a mission to earn profits by imparting knowledge and education to the people. So that's the basic motto of the enterprise that you are in. And there could be any other firm which is an enterprise of such nature. So every enterprise will have objectives and missions and goals. Certain objectives. In your case, in our example, which I have mentioned to you, it's a educational institute for you to understand, and their objective is to impart knowledge, impart education, and their mission and goals probably would be uh, that you want to impart education in specific areas. Let's say it's an engineering uh, 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 university which is imparting engineering knowledge. Then its mission would be to create great engineers, right, which are required for the nation. So likewise, you can have, or maybe it's a larger university which has got all different types of branches, so they might have much larger mission at hand. But the what I wanted to say here is every enterprise will have its objective, which is part of their vision, and then mission and goals. And this is very important from a security perspective, because the entire security framework that we are going to put for that enterprise, and you can actually, you can actually put it for your family also, or you can put it for yourself also. That what is your mission, what is your vision, and what you want to achieve, and what are those things, from a security perspective, that you want to take care of. So on one side you have all these things, and on the other side, which is the left hand side, which I'm showing you, these are the assets. Basically, these are the assets which make this enterprise. And the people, like the students also, they are also assets, because they are part of the organization. The teachers, the professors, all that entire stuff that is required, which is a personnel. And then you have got building, you have got equipment, you have got machines, etc., etc. So typically in any enterprise today, you will find that there are three types of assets. Let me put it that way. One is the information technology. This covers all the different types of technology that you are using, whether it is cloud, whether it is on-prem, your infrastructure that is required to make this technology happen. And then you have got information systems. Now information systems will have digital assets, which is, digital asset means your, not only the devices, but your applications. So maybe your college has a portal, that is a digital asset. Or there is a ERP, uh, you know um, ERP software which is installed in your college, which does all the necessary transactions. For example, when you're enrolling into the college, you are doing a online enrollment. Everything is through IT, right? So that's a business process. When you are enrolling, when you are paying online fees, that's a business process, and there is a separate application. So each of these aspects, when you are dealing through online media, that becomes a digital asset. And then you have processes. Process means what are the steps that you are required to complete that particular activity. So enrollment, let's say, is one business function that needs to be done. So you have a form where you fill all the details. Then let's say you press click, then it gets submitted, somebody will approve, then there will be a link sent to you for fees payment, then you will pay the fees, and then you'll get the receipt. So that becomes a enrollment process. And then probably it will ask you, okay, now you have paid the fees, you go into some other platform and take the subjects what you want for this semester, etc., etc. So there will be different types of systems that are available for different types of functions that you want to do. Each of these will have digital asset. So digital asset is that particular function which requires some amount of information technology that it is deriving from the infrastructure. There will be a business process that you need to look at, and then there will be data which get created. So when you enroll yourself, you are putting your name, your address, your telephone number, maybe some health information if the college is asking for certain things. All that information, your marks, 10 standard, 12 standard, blah blah blah. Your father's income and so on. So all that information is forming the data, right? And then the people, that is people like you, who are the students or the teachers or the staff. So any enterprise you look at, you will always find that you have information technology, you have digital assets, you have business processes, you have data, and you have people who are part of that particular technology. Now, when you are putting a security framework in place, then you have to take care of all these aspects. And let's say you are putting a security framework for yourself or your family, then also you can use this particular framework to put a security frame put a overall security strategy. And why I'm taking this slide, because the next, when we are going to learn about the fundamentals of security, you will understand from an enterprise perspective why it is important, right, to talk about security. Because all these aspects that we are talking about, and you will see here a big lock, right, these are all important assets that the organization, because of these assets, the organization is what that organization is today, right? The significance of that organization is because of all these aspects, all these assets. Any of these assets get compromised, then the security of the application gets compromised. For example, today we are as you know, there was an attack in Pahalgam, and the 25 26 people have got killed, right? So if you consider that enterprise as our country, and one of the asset is the people, these 26 people actually were attacked. That means there is a breach in the security of the country, and that's why you are seeing all these discussions that are happening. I'm just trying to put this in a perspective so that this whole thing becomes easy for you to understand. But the foundation of the security is related to this framework, or let's say all these entities. Because first, before you think about security or understand security, you need to understand what are you going to protect. If you understand what you are going to protect, then the next step would be how to protect that, etc., etc. So what are we going to protect? We want to protect the digital assets, business processes, data, people, information technology, and obviously the buildings and infrastructure and so on and so forth. Now, what are the aspects of the strategy when we are putting for a particular entity? I'm calling it as an entity. In case of the example which I told you about Pahalgam, the entity is the whole country. In this particular case, the entity is your college, for example, this enterprise. So the first is security policy, standards, procedures, and guidelines. So this policy will depend on the type of the industry that you are in. So let's say you are in the education industry. That means your policy will be basically to protect the information of the students, because that information is just imagine that all the information that is available, if it gets hacked, then what a havoc it will cause, and it will bring down the reputation of the college, and the college will not be able to move on. So your security policies need to be such that it has to be very much aligned to the objective of objective as well as the mission of that particular enterprise and organization. And then once you have that particular policy design, then comes the standards, procedures, guidelines, because for each policy, once you identify what is important for you, in your case, the most important thing is data, right? So then if your security policy should always talk about the data which is related to the exam papers or the results, or information which is related to the students, or the knowledge assets and library and everything that the college has built on its own. So that becomes the most important asset, for enterprise or for a college. For example, let's take an example of Harvard School of Business, right? I'm not sure whether you have heard, but it's a top management institute in the world. Yeah, it's in the United States of America, and the case studies which are that there's a lot of research that gets carried out, and they write a lot of papers on various different topics, and that those papers are referred to by a lot of universities or even the corporates like us, but they sell those papers, right? That research material. So the data of that research papers is very important for them, because when you want to buy that material or research, is very very expensive, extremely expensive, but it's a great investment for corporates because you get lots of insights from that research. So for Harvard, that research data becomes very important. That means they have to put appropriate controls on that particular data, so that data piece becomes very important to them. So the security policy, if you look at the Harvard security policy, then it will talk about data protection, and similarly, for any educational institute. So that's the first level. Then the second level is the risk assessment, vulnerability assessment, penetration testing. I will go a little bit into details about it. I'll not talk much about that right now. But what it actually deals with it, I mean, what is the essence of this is, when you say risk assessment, that means what is the risk that we are talking about? Risk is nothing but the probability of the threat happening. That means what is important for you? Data. Which data? Probably, let's say in case of your college, let's say the exam papers and the results which are declared, for the student. That's the most important data for you. I mean, we are just taking, there could be a number of other data elements that would be important. So the risk of if this data gets hacked, let's say somebody hacks the data and changes all the results, then it's going to directly impact the reputation of the college. The people will not take admission, hence it's a direct impact on the business. So the risk of this particular item is very high. Then let's say there is a information related to telephone numbers of the all the students, right? These telephone numbers, maybe it is also a PII, which is personally identifiable information. But let's say if telephone numbers get leaked, it's not going to directly impact the reputation of the college. So maybe the risk which is associated with this particular data is slightly lower than what we talked about as far as the exam is concerned. So in that particular case, you do the risk assessment for all the elements, and then you identify that what sort of security controls that you want to put in. Then vulnerability assessment is nothing but basically, see, vulnerability, the word vulnerable means weakness. I mean, what is your weakness? When you fight, when you are you are in a physical fight, basically if it's a weak person, then depending on the weakness of that person, the stronger person is actually going to hit that person into that particular area which is weak, so that he gets the maximum benefit out of that. So that's called the vulnerability. For example, this particular example that we saw, right? So we are putting all these things in a safe, all this gold and money and all those aspects of it, because we know that our house may be vulnerable. That means, let's say there is some domestic help. There are so many people who are coming into the house and going out. So if you just keep that outside anywhere in a very less protected area, then it is anybody can get access to it and take away your valuable things. That's why you are keeping that into the safe. So the house at large is vulnerable, and that is why you are putting a safe. So vulnerability assessment is to identify the loopholes within the organization in various systems. So what are the loopholes in terms of people, in terms of data, in terms of business process, in terms of digital assets, etc., etc. And penetration testing is just one of the testing mechanisms to identify these vulnerabilities, by directly actually doing that particular type of activity. It's like a mock drill. Mock, you actually do a hack. It's actually ethical hack. Ethical hack means you give an authority to some of the people to actually go and hack your systems, so that they will be able to identify the vulnerabilities. So these three aspects are very important from a security perspective when we are talking about the strategy. And if you understand this, from an organization perspective, then you will have a better idea when you join any company. Then actually you can go through their security strategy, what is important for that organization, what is not, etc., etc. That will equip you to understand security better. Not I mean, theoretical areas is anyway you will learn, what are the encryption algorithms, various different types of encryption techniques, and so on and so forth. But the application of that, why we do what we do, is what this particular slide will tell you about. And then the next layer is designing the security controls, and then of course design, implementation, and monitoring. That is where cybersecurity mostly involves into, where what controls you have to develop, and then you use those particular tools and do that. So security is the business management tool that ensures reliable and protected operation of information technology, or information systems. In a nutshell, right? Security exists to support the objectives, missions, and goals of the organization. So I told you about your college. For you, the mission is to create, let's say for an engineering college, the mission is to create fantastic engineers who are industry ready. If that's the case, then anything, all the assets which are required to make this vision possible, they become important. And then your security need to be aligned to that. The third one here is, security is a journey. So as I told you, we just talked about the journey of cloud, right? How Sorry guys, please go on mute. Okay. So we talked about this journey, right? So we had pre-COVID, then the COVID period, then after COVID, that digital acceleration and transformation and disruption that has happened with generative AI, and now we are talking about human robots, autonomous cars, and all that stuff. So I mean, every 6 months, the entire threat landscape is going to change, because the technology is going to change. That is why continuously you have to revisit your security strategy again and again. And that is why security is a journey. It's not a finish line. You have to revisit it every, let's say, 6 months, your strategy. I mean, every time you have to visit the policy, standards, procedures, because there will be change. Because of the change in the nature of the systems, there will be the change that you will have to apply across your organization. So security is a journey, not a finish line. It is not possible to fully secure something, because security issues are always changing. Okay, I'm just going to take a small break here to drink water, right? And then we will go to the illustration, which will make you more, I would say, easy for you to understand. So what we talked about, okay, so what we talked about is what we will see in a illustration here. So as you know, this what I have taken the example is of Amazon, right? And on the left hand side, you can see this is a bit of context. Of course, I think every one of you uses Amazon, right? Or maybe similar applications, which is I mean, e-commerce apps today. Without e-commerce now, we are so dependent, we cannot. So you probably, it could be Zomato, Swiggy, Flipkart, and whatnot. There could be I mean, I just know these few because I use them, but there could be number of those. Even your uh, Uber, Ola, your taxi booking, and almost everything, everything actually is available online. So e-commerce, there's a big revolution that has happened in that particular space. That's why I have taken this as an example so that you understand it easily. So we are going to look at it from a security lens, right? And we are going to apply what we learned now in terms of so here enterprise is now Amazon that we are going to talk about. And what does Amazon do? Amazon is guided by four principles, and that is where I told you the objective, which is a vision, and the mission and goals are important. So let's look at their vision and mission. What is Amazon all about? Amazon is guided by four principles: customer obsession rather than competitor focus. So the focus is on the customer. I mean, as a security person, even with this first statement, what I understand, oh, that means customer is more important, which means all the information which is related to customer, which means whatever data that I am entering when I first, uh, try to get the access to this particular this particular app, which is Amazon or company, when I am putting that particular data, which is related to like my name, my address, my telephone number, whatever information is required, that information. When I see that customer obsession, which means this information would be very very important from a security perspective. Then the other thing that comes to my mind is that means the company is going to give me as a customer, the company is going to give me a smooth experience, user experience. That means all those products which are there, they should have a proper coverage of the products. The information should be accurate, which means that the integrity of the information. So I have to ensure, if I am a CISO of this organization, then just by the first words, then I will understand that if I have customer obsession, which means all those things which are touching the customer, for as a security head of that organization, my job is to ensure that the information is secure, which means the information is accurate, which means the information is available at all times, and which means the information is appropriately protected, whatever information is there. So that immediately starts, I start thinking from that perspective. And that's how I want you to look at this: passion for invention, right? This is the second pillar. That means this company is continuously innovating, they are adding new capabilities. Now as a security professional, then again, my antennas are up and alert, and I say passion for invention. That means they are going to invent something new. If new technology comes in, immediately they are going to put something there. Let's say generative AI feature, as it got published, immediately they'll put it, which means as a security head, I need to be aware of what all new technologies are coming in this company, and how do we protect or what are the new threats that are going to come in. Commitment to operational excellence. Operational excellence means all the transactions, all the operations, which means when you have ordered a certain item, from that point onwards till you get it. So they typically, Amazon claims that if I order something today, they'll give you a date, and they'll give you a range. They don't give exact time, but they'll say that between on let's say 30th of April, this particular product is likely to arrive at your place between 9 a.m. to 11 p.m. So if from an operational excellence perspective, they have to ensure that all these things are happening appropriately. That means from a security standpoint, all this information that is there should be available. The logistical information should be available and should be accurate, so that the operation take place appropriately and in a protected environment. And then long-term thinking. So these are the four pillars, but I just shared how I think as a security head immediately, and then we'll put it in the framework. Amazon strives to be Earth's most customer-centric company, Earth's best employer, and Earth's safest place to work. So again, from a security perspective, this last statement becomes a very very important, because when you talk about safety, there is a physical safety, which is your health, nutrition, exercise, and all those aspects. But there is also a cyber security or cyber safety. That means the place where you work, from a cyber perspective as well, it is safe. So then that becomes my responsibility as a security head. So a lot of things, what I'm trying to say is when you join any company or when you're thinking of joining any company, do try to look at their vision, mission, and values, because it will tell a lot of things. I mean, I look at it from a security angle, but probably you will have to look at it from various different angles in terms of your own future growth, etc., etc. Because they have said about long-term thinking, they have said about commitment, they have said about passion. Now, if you are that type of a person, then probably this company makes sense to you. So this is just a little bit of a trivia for you to help for your selection of the companies and what to look for. So let's look at it from a security angle now. So if you see on the right hand side, and now we are going into, so we looked at the first part of the enterprise, what it does, what it stands for, and then now we are going to look at the security policy risk assessment from that particular angle. And what are the products that they do? Amazon Prime, I mean, I don't need to say about it, but just so that we close this discussion. So they have got Amazon Kindle, and obviously they have got, I mean, Amazon Web Services is one part, and then the products that are available on Amazon, almost anything and everything that you probably require for your survival is there today, in Amazon. So what are the key features, of this e-commerce platform? So customization, ubiquity. Ubiquity means it omnipresence. That means it's present in all locations at the same time. So anywhere from India you are accessing their website, let's say, then you will be able to access and you will be able to see the same information. Then you have information density. That's what I talked about earlier. I mean, if you want to buy a particular product, then all the models of that product, are available. All the competitors are available. So let's say you are buying a cooler, then you have at least the top five cooler making companies with all their models are easily available. Then only it makes sense. So you have Crompton, you have Bajaj, you have Symphony, you have so many other companies there. So that is the information density. Then global reach. That means if we talk about India, then right from Ladakh to Kanyakumari, you should be able to deliver everywhere. That's a feature that they have. Then interactivity. That means the site, it's interactive. Universal standard. That is it is standardized information, and whatever information that you are getting, the products, everything is standardized. It has a universal standard. That means globally, wherever you go and check Amazon, maybe it is Amazon.India or Amazon.co.uk, the experience is going to be similar. Obviously, locally there will be changes that would be happening. And richness is like richness in terms of information, richness in terms of user experience. So a lot of things are there in that. Now you have to as a customer, as I told you, customer is important. So customer data protection, that becomes the key. 24/7 availability of website. So these are the top level, let's say, things for me as a security professional. When I look at it from a security angle, suddenly become important. And I talked about it when we were talking about vision and mission. But if I have to document them, then customer data protection, the key. 24/7 availability, secure and reliable sort of transactions, right? We talked about operational excellence, secure access to information, information authenticity and accuracy, auditable. That means you if once you do a particular transaction, it's all auditable. That means there is a trace available. When did you do that transaction, at what time the money was paid, and that entire sequence of events that has happened from that. So it should be, the transaction should be auditable. So if you are canceling, for that cancellation to go through, the cancellation also has certain norms. Unless and until it is auditable, you are able to trace it, you will not be able to cancel it appropriately. Or if you don't receive that item, you will not be able to raise the concern, and the company, I mean the Amazon, will not be able to investigate accordingly. And then you have regulatory compliance. Regulatory compliance means the law of land. If you are doing business in India, then there will be certain regulations that you have to follow. If you're doing business in Europe, then Europe has something called as GDPR, which are General Data Protection Laws and Regulations. Which then you have, when you are collecting the data from that particular company and storing the data, there are certain rules and regulations that you need to follow. So when you put up a business, then you have to follow the law of the land. So in case of India, we have got this DPDP Act, which got released in 2023, and it was approved in the parliament. So similar to what we have in GDPR. So as you go across various different places, then regulatory compliance will be important. So if you see, all these aspects are important from a security perspective. Now let's go to the foundation of security. Now what we have done so far, and I'm just trying to refer again back so that you are able to sequence what we have learned, because it's all incremental, right? It's all incremental, and I'm expecting that you understand the concepts and you apply the concepts when you go back to the industry. So we started about security and privacy. Then we talked about how security should be looked at from a enterprise perspective. We looked at the three layers: initiation, and then risk assessment, vulnerability, and the security controls, and what it means for an enterprise. Then we looked at one particular enterprise and how, from a vision and the mission of that enterprise, you identify the top security areas that need to be focused at. Now let's look at the foundations of the security, or the foundation pillars of the security, which will help us to put those controls across these, let's say these are the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 major areas of security focus for this particular organization. If we understand these pillars of the security, then we can actually bucket these in those pillars and then put the appropriate controls. That's all, what cybersecurity is all about. So let's look at the CIA triad. What is this CIA triad, and how then we can actually link it to this. So CIA triad, it's a very foundational part of security. So any security book that you pick up for reading, the first thing you will have is CIA triad. And what the CIA triad is, it's a triangle, right? And it has got three important words: confidentiality, integrity, and availability. This is what defines security, right? And we'll talk about it in each of its aspects. So CIA triad is typically viewed as a primary goal and objective of a security infrastructure. Security infrastructure means this, what we talked about, this enterprise. This is, I mean, for us, this becomes a complete infrastructure which we want to, secure. And security also has its own infrastructure. So the primary goal and objective of security. Security controls are typically evaluated on how well they address these three information security tenets. So these are the main tenets on which the entire cybersecurity is built. So at least at a foundational level, if you understand the meaning of this and how it gets translated into various different types of security strategies and controls, and protection mechanisms, then it will be very easy for you to understand security as a topic. So confidentiality, integrity, and availability, these three concepts are absolutely key for you to understand the meaning of that. Now let's get into the meaning of what confidentiality really means. And it's very easy to understand, confidentiality. Integrity and availability is slightly, maybe slightly one level, I would not say difficult, but a little cryptic than confidentiality. But confidentiality is straightforward because we keep on using that word continuously. So confidentiality is nothing but the confidential, the information that we want to keep it confidential or secret. The best example is the safe example that we looked at, where we wanted to keep, we wanted to protect this. And what is that we wanted to keep confidential? Actually, the access key information. That's what we wanted to keep it confidential, and that confidentiality was kept with the parents. So the privacy was confidential, privacy rating was confidential, and it was only the key information was only with the parents, which may be your physical key, or it could be a digital key. So the example is government agencies, departments dealing with national security, law enforcement, personal data. I just gave you that safe example so that you are able to relate to it. But ultimately, what it translates into is all that information which is very personal. Let's say Aadhaar card information. That's a personal identifiable information. You should not give Aadhaar card information or PAN card information just like that to anyone, unless you know to whom you are. I mean, that party is trustworthy, and you should ask that question why this information is required by that person, because once you give that information can be used for malicious purposes. So that's the meaning of confidentiality. For example, if somebody asks you about salary, never you should never give the exact salary number that you earn. It's a because it's a confidential information. Of course, if you don't want to keep it confidential, you can give it, but then when you release certain information, obviously it can be used for a malicious purpose, and you should be ready for that. So all this information or assets, this come under the confidentiality tenet. Departments, law enforcement, personal data must prioritize confidentiality to protect citizen data. I told you about Aadhaar cards and all that information, and governmental operations. I gave this example because when you are dealing with government related agencies, then definitely you have lot of confidentiality related aspects. Even when you go to banks, the entire information is absolutely confidential. So that's where confidentiality came. So all that controls which come under for to protect the data, to protect the information flow, to protect a particular asset, to protect the secrets, that come under the confidentiality tenet. The second most important tenet is integrity. What does integrity mean? So integrity means accuracy of the data. That means, let's say you are looking at a certain product. The price of that, let's say you are looking at a watch. The price of that watch in the database is, let's say, 400 rupees, right? And if there is some problem in the code that the developer has written and not testing has not been done appropriately, and if that code is removing a zero at the end, somehow some mistake has happened, and when the user is looking at the information, it's a Titan watch, and in front of that he actually sees it as 40 rupees, and he clicks because he likes that. And when he goes to check out, because when he is going to check out, it is taking the information from a different database. Display is different, and the checkout information. And then when he goes to check out, then actually immediately what comes in front of him is 400 rupees, and then the person feels that he is fooled, right? And that is because maybe the intention of the company was not to fool him, but somewhere somebody has made that mistake, which is related to integrity. And we have also seen in case of Amazon that uh, we saw that passion for invention, commitment to operational excellence. Amazon strives to best okay, so in this particular case, customer obsession rather than competitor focus. So this comes under that customer obsession, because if you are not uh, and also for the operational efficiency, if you are not giving the right information, then the customer is going to lose the trust, right? So this integrity is nothing but the accuracy of the information that you are providing. Online retailers, we just saw that, must ensure the integrity of product listings. So whatever product information that you are providing, the image you are providing, what you see is what it should be. That means you are showing something, and you are then, when you are sending it, then something else comes in. And that used to happen earlier, especially when and I think now the sites also have become very much intelligent. So in the past, when this online retail platform specifically for apparels they started, I remember, 7 8 years back, there used to be a lot of rejections in the sense, people when they used to see the material, especially when it comes to cloth, electronic devices, it is fine, what you see is what you get, like mobiles and watches. But in case of clothes, this problem is very much evident, because the color that you see on the screen is not the actual color when it comes to your, at your home. But now they have done a lot of different types of features, like, three-dimensional view, or they will put a film to give you a perspective of the size and uh, you know um, the overall dimensions of that particular product. They will put YouTube videos also, giving the various features of the product. benefits, etc., to give you more information, which all these things come under the integrity aspect. And this is very much cybersecurity tenet. The third one, and again most important in case of Amazon kind of of course it is important for every enterprise, but for e-commerce it becomes all the more important, because the site need to be available, because you might order, you might be taking a flight and sitting at the airport at 2 a.m., and your flight is 2 hours down the line. So you might want to browse Amazon, some of the Amazon products, and place an order on the go, and the site should be available. It's not that the sites are closed during the night time, because you don't know at what part, what kind of customers will be attracted. So availability is very important. So especially when it comes to cloud service providers, companies like Amazon Web Services, Microsoft Azure, Google Cloud must ensure their services are always available. So why I have given these examples: when you are dealing with that particular company, then for that company, if it's a e-commerce platform, then integrity, confidentiality, and availability, of course, all the three become very important. But confidentiality is the top notch, and then probably integrity and availability will be at the same level. For a cloud service providers, again, availability becomes the most important one. You also have confidentiality and so on. This prioritization helps in the focus that you want to give on that particular aspect from a security perspective. And then your policy is, the security policy is designed accordingly, and then you align it that you to your vision and mission, and then you devise your controls, and then you decide the budget of how are you going to put your budget, because you have a limited budget. It's not like you have unlimited budget. You may want to put 100 controls. You may want to have a product or an enterprise with all controls related to confidentiality, all controls related to integrity, and all controls related to availability. But it may not be possible because you may not have that much amount of money. And that's where this bifurcation is very important and comes handy. Okay, next, let's go to a small example of the CIA triad. So we did talk about confidentiality and data quality, but this is, I mean, confidentiality and all the other tenets. So we'll take one by one very quickly, and I talked a lot about it. So confidentiality, there is an example of HIPAA. So HIPAA is a Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, especially for health organizations, for hospitals or pharma companies. This becomes important, and they have to design their framework based on HIPAA. So what is important in this? If you see, protecting the privacy of the patient information, promoting the security of patient information, standardizing the exchange of health information. So all these aspects become important. So when it comes to a health organization, confidentiality has to be aligned to HIPAA, which is a regulatory act, and of course it will follow law of land. So in India, if you have to do, there will be an equivalent of HIPAA in India, and so on. So you have to follow these particular norms, and then define this particular tenet the way it is for your company. Then we talked about data integrity versus, I mean, there is a little bit of confusion, so actually I put this. So data integrity versus data quality. So these two things are kind of different. And why they are different? Data integrity, as I told you, is nothing but what you have stored in your database, and what you have stored in the database also need to be from the right source, is what you are displaying, or what you are sharing with each other. So if you have decided, or let's say the price of the product is 400 rupees, that you are going to sell that particular product for through your website, then that 400 rupees should get reflected everywhere appropriately, right? It should not happen that you are giving a wrong notion. So let's say this 400 rupees, we talked about that watch. So the watch price is 400 rupees. Now, when you say 400 rupees, whether it is including taxes or excluding taxes, whether there are any additional taxes that are required. So all that information should be appropriately mentioned, accurately mentioned, and accurately displayed everywhere. That is what about integrity. And when you talk about quality of the data, the quality of the data is a little bit overlapping with data integrity, but it is slightly different, or maybe a lot different, because many times what happens when we talk about quality of the data, what it actually kind of refers to, let's say personal information. When would I say that my personal information, the quality of the personal information that I have collected is good? Only when for a e-commerce website like this, what are the things that are required for a e-commerce website from a customer perspective? They need my name, they need my accurate address, and they need my phone number, because they have to reach to that particular area. And then obviously the the credit card and all that information related to that. Now if they have, let's say they have partial information about me, or the address is incorrect, or the phone number is incorrect, or whatever, then it goes into the, you can say that it's a bad quality information that the site has collected, or the site has not made certain provision to get the additional information that is required for them to operate. So that's a difference. So data integrity is whatever information is there need to be correct, need to be correct, that is one part, but need to be also displayed correctly. So that is the integrity part of it. And quality is mainly the information itself. Is it comprehensive, is it complete, etc., etc.? That comes under the quality. So there's a bit of confusion sometimes, and that's why I have made this kind of bifurcation. So if you talk about confidentiality, then what are the different features? Sensitivity, discretion, criticality, concealment, secrecy, privacy, seclusion, isolation. These are all the various different types of features of confidentiality, because when you are designing the security controls, they are all going to be around these features, because there will be a different security control. I mean, it could be a process for identifying the sensitivity, because unless and until you identify sensitivity of the data, you cannot protect it, because protection levels are going to be different for each areas. That's why it is essential that we have to identify the various features, so that when we are designing a control for that particular area within security, it becomes important. And I have tried to sort of give the explanation of all these features. So if it's sensitivity, it's basically quality of the information. Based on the quality, you are going to decide what is sensitive and what is not sensitive. So for example, let's say I put my own information, my name is there, my address is there, my phone number is there. Then I start like my salary, then if I have got any health problems, I'll start putting that information. So in terms of sensitivity, my name and address is low sensitive, I would say. Then mm, the information, let's say my height and my weight, my skin color, etc., may be medium sensitive. But as I start going into the medical terminology, or let's say medical issues that I might be having, if I say that okay, I have blood pressure, I have blood sugar, this, that, all that aspects of it, if I start putting it, then that becomes sensitive information. So you should be able to classify this information appropriately, and that's why this sensitivity factor is important. Discretion, act of decision where an operator can influence or control disclosure. Discretion means what is the information I can disclose and what is the information I cannot disclose. So in case of hospitals, as I told you, when you give your data based on the HIPAA rules or rules and regulations or law of land, it is a mandate that what can be revealed and what cannot be revealed. So there is a confidentiality. If you have seen in the some TV serials or something like that, or maybe when you have interacted with doctors, so patient information is always confidential. So if you ask to a doctor about the information, let's say about your friend, the doctor is not going to give you, because he's bound by law. If he leaks that information to you, then the patient, the original patient, can actually sue the doctor in the court of law. So that's about discretion. Then criticality, how critical is the information? Concealment, act of hiding on preventing disclosure. So these are all features of confidentiality which are required when you are designing the these controls. Then you have secrecy, privacy, we did talk about, seclusion and isolation. Now what are the countermeasures, or let's say what are the security measures? And you might be working. If you work in cybersecurity, this is where you will work on basically. So now it is trickling down to the areas you probably which you will work. So what are the various different controls? So encryption is one control. Network traffic padding is another control. I'm not going to go into the details because this is not the lecture to get into the details of this. These are topics in itself within security, but we need to understand that where this topic sits, okay, and then there will be a detail around that particular topic. But why we are talking about this, why this is important, and what impact it has from an industry perspective. So see encryption, strict access control, so identity and access management. That's another area. It has got its own tools, expertise, etc. Data classification. So data itself, we have data security architects in our company. So data security itself is a big topic, and there are lots of opportunities there. And then you have personal training. So all these things, confidentiality deals with all these things, and you will have various streams coming out of these particular aspects. Then let's talk about integrity. So I'm going a little deeper now. So we defined what is confidentiality, integrity, and availability. We saw that its application to a e-commerce website. Now we are going a little deeper into it so that you understand how it is applied in security. I know when we are doing cybersecurity, what is it that we do is what you will come to know now. So when we talk about integrity, we said that integrity is all about accuracy, preventing. So there are three perspectives: preventing unauthorized subjects from making modifications. So one part is because if you want to maintain the accuracy of that particular data, so you have put for 400 rupees, against that particular watch in the database, then you should also protect that particular access mechanism so that nobody else goes there and changes that. Just imagine that in your college, if you go back to your college example, we have let's say the database which has got the records of the names against the marks. Now if somebody hacks and changes all these marks, then what a havoc it will cause. So preventing unauthorized subjects. So only authorized personnel should be able to make the changes. Preventing unauthorized subjects from making unauthorized modifications. I mean changes, modifications, the same thing. And maintaining internal and external consistency of objects from accuracy. So it's all about accuracy and all those controls which are required to basically protect that. What are the features? You have accuracy, truthfulness, validity, accountability, responsibility, completeness, comprehensiveness. So all these are various features, and these words actually talk about for themselves. So I'll not kind of talk about it more in detail because we also don't have that much amount of time. But I'm trying to give you the essence of it. And if you look at the attacks, so you will see what are the different types of attacks and then the controls. So what are the attacks? You have viruses. Everybody's aware of virus, right? Logic bombs. Logic bombs is nothing but, in the code, if a particular situation happens, then the developers, I mean, or let's say the
एड्रेस बताऊं मेरे
malicious
को एड्रेस बता पड़ गया मेरे
guys, please go on mute here.
को यार भाई
Otherwise,
ये भाई चिढ़ गया अब तो गया अब तो अरे हट
okay, I've muted that person. But try to see that you are on mute. Otherwise, I completely lose my link. Okay. So logic bombs we were talking about. So these are specific parts of the code which might get activated, and this is with the malicious intentions that are put, and then that will completely disrupt. Let's say somebody has put delete critical information from the database if this thing happens, etc. So that's a logic bomb. And there are a number of other ways of attacks: unauthorized access, errors in coding. Because of errors, you are putting vulnerabilities, exposing vulnerabilities. That becomes one way of attack. Then malicious modifications, intentional replacement, system backdoors. So these are certain ways or vulnerabilities which get exposed because of which attack happens. And what are the countermeasures? Countermeasures means the controls. So you have access control. So I talked about identity and access management. So identity and access management itself is a complete area that you can actually develop expertise in. And whenever there is a digital asset, there is always, so identity and access management, the easiest example for you to understand is multi-factor authentication. So today, whenever you are doing, most of the banks, whenever you are doing any bank transaction, they are going to ask for the OTP, and the OTP will come on your mobile. So they will ask for the username, password. So password is one, one factor for authentication. OTP is another. And when it's multi-factor, so this is two factor. When it is multi-factor, it can be thumb impression, it can be facial recognition, or it can be something, some of the things that some security questions might be there, captcha might be there. So a lot of different ways of authenticating that. Then you have got rigorous authentication procedures that we talked about, intrusion detection systems, object data encryption. This is specific, data that gets encrypted, hash verifications, interface restrictions. So when you, especially this is when you are talking with the third party, because no system today is in isolation. Let's take the example of your college. So your college systems are also going to talk to the vendors from where they deal with. So let's say the college is buying a lot of books, or the college is, let's say, renting a lot of cars. So all these vendors who are working with the college are actually going to deal online. So they will they will get connected to the college system. Their system gets connected to the college system, and that interface becomes very important. That's where interface restrictions, because again it's related to accuracy of the information that gets transferred, and that's where these are the controls which come under the integrity aspect. Now let's go to availability. Now availability, obviously, as it states, the system should be available. Now how far it should be available, that you have to define. In case of, for example, e-commerce website, it should be 99.99% availability should be there. But if there is, let's say, your college website, then if let's say at night it goes down for 2 hours or 3 hours, or every night, let's say, there is some kind of shutdown is taken, then it's okay, because the amount of people who are going to access that system at night is less. So you can define that my availability of the system is going to be 80% or 85% through the day, right? Or through the month. Typically, it's measured at a monthly basis. So depending on that, then you spend the money on securing or putting the controls that are required for that availability. In case of e-commerce, that becomes the most important activity. So you have to spend a lot of money there to ensure that you have. I mean, then it is redundancy. You have to keep multiple servers. You have to talk about multiple locations where if one system goes down, other location is available, and so on. So it requires a lot of budget and money, and then you can make it available. So what does this mean? CIA triad availability. What does it mean? Availability means authorized subjects are granted timely and uninterrupted access to the objects. Availability includes efficient, uninterrupted access. That's very important. If your site is continuously, in like 15 years back, I remember, if you had, uh, because the internet bandwidths were very low. So when you used to, at a very low bandwidth, if you opened up YouTube, then it used to go into buffering mode. Now most of the network is 5G, so 4G minimum, so you don't get these kind of problems. But basically you need to be, you need to make sure that they have uninterrupted access to the objects. And prevention of denial of service. So denial of service is one of the very important attacks in cybersecurity. And denial of service means the attack is like this. If you have a college website, then if you put a I'm just trying to mute this person. Okay, sorry about that. So denial of service, that means if your website or web server gets attacked by lakhs and lakhs of services, and typically this happens. This is a typical type of attack, and it may happen because there is a bot farm that an attacker has used, and there are requests that has been bombarded, and it has happened to many such specifically the government websites. And then the website goes down because the server is not able to handle the request. So there are protection mechanisms which you can protect these kind of services, because if there is an attack that is happening or similar type of services that are happening, there are tools which can identify. They keep on scanning these network packets which are getting through the firewall, and if they see something malicious, there are rules that are set up. And if they see something malicious, then immediately the traffic which is coming from that particular IP address is stopped, etc. So there are ways and means to do that, but this type of attack is there, and that comes under availability. Implies a supporting infrastructure including network services, communications, and access control mechanisms. This is what availability means. The features: usability, accessibility, and timeliness. These are the three important features. And what are the threats? I mean, we talked about most important threat, which is denial of service, but which is DOS attacks. But apart from that, software errors, environmental issues, object destruction, communication interruption, all these come under availability. And what are the countermeasures? Designing intermediary delivery systems properly, access controls, monitoring performance, using firewalls, implementing redundancy, because it's all about availability. So mainly it will be related to redundancy, and the entire the game of money is around that, because the more the redundancy, the more money that you have to shell out, because you have to have the same system, keep it integrate, keep that system also always available, always up to date, in sync with other systems, etc., etc. And also the all the security controls that need to be there for that particular system, like all other systems, using for firewalls, network traffic, maintaining and testing backup systems. So all these aspects, they have a business impact, and that's why the definition of availability is very important. Now, like we saw CIA, there are a couple of other methodologies which are similar, which you should know. We will not get into the details because paucity of the time, but they are similar in nature, but you should know about it. So DAD is another triad which also is similar to you know CIA, but the wording is different. So in case of confidential, I mean, it's exactly opposite. So they, in place of confidentiality, they talk about disclosure. In place of integrity, they talk about alternation. In place of availability, they talk about denial. But ultimately, the meaning is the same. And there is another one which is called AAA triad, which is again the foundation of cybersecurity, apart from CIA. This is very important. CIA, encapsulates it, but you also need to know this AAA. This is extremely important. Identification, authentication, authorization, auditing, and accounting, and the meaning of it. And I'll try to give it in the most simplified form, but this is the base of cybersecurity: understanding CIA and understanding AAA. If you understand this very clearly in your mind, rest is all technical, which is not very I mean, then it's more of hard work, it's not more of conceptual. So this is the basic foundational conceptual understanding that you need to have, and how to apply that in the enterprise parlance. That's what we saw when we saw the case of Amazon. Okay, so identification. What does identification mean? And I hope that this will be easy for you to understand, because you are now today doing transactions on your own using Amazon or Flipkart on any of these sites. And everywhere you will come across these four tenets. So identification means your username. How do you identify yourself? So I identify myself as Amit Vaidya, as my Aadhaar card number, as my PAN card number, as my license number. This is my identification. This is what I am. So a username, smart card, biometric, etc., etc. Who you are. That's what identification is all about. What is authentication? Authentication means now I have, let's say I have access to a website. The website will first ask for username, which is my identification. Now for authentication, it will ask me some more information. So, okay, username is available in the database, but am I authenticated to access this website? For that, I need to do password, OTP, or all these security questions, or multi-factor authentication. Once I'm authenticated, that means my identity is verified, and also the verification that I am an authentic user for this particular website, then only I will get the access. Now, where this authentication is used, so one is obviously, when you are accessing the website, but within the website, typically, many times you will go, there are different types of features that are there. um, I think the best example for you is Chegg, probably, if I'm not wrong. These all these examination sites, where there are solved papers, right? So there's a free section and there's a paid section. When you pay, then there are more questions and answers that you get the exposure to, right? So for that, you have to pay some amount. Once you pay that amount, what happens in the database is you are authenticated for that particular portion, which is premium portion, which is available only for those who have paid the money. That's the meaning of authentication. So you are authenticated for certain information that you can access. Then you have authorization, right? Authorization, which is related to access privileges. And this is typically when you are dealing with sensitive information. So for example, and this happens specifically when it is, so most of the time it is role based, and it is related to sensitive information. So let's say on a government website, you when you go on a particular government website, you will be authorized to see only some part of the information. But a government official who is sitting in the government office may have more access privileges, and then he can access certain information related to the citizens because of his access privilege. And as you go in the hierarchy, the admin will have more privileges and so on. So authorization is nothing but the privilege that is provided to the person to see that information or to act on that information. What can you do and what permissions do you have, to do that particular stuff? Then auditing is something which I talked about earlier. So if there is a transaction, you should be having a track of the transaction, what happened at what point and time, so that you can trace it back. If something happens later, if the transaction goes very successfully, that's okay, but if there are problems, then now how does the system keep track of what users do? Are there records of actions taken within the system? And then you've got accounting. How does the system monitor and report the user activity, resource usage, other metrics to ensure compliance and resource management? So this is the AAA triad, which talks about identification, authentication, authorization, auditing, and accounting. This difference is important because there are controls which are specific to these areas. And when we do, when we do security testing, this is what we check actually: whether the person, what kind of privileges that person has, whether his identity is appropriately stored, whether there are appropriate mechanisms that are put in place, etc., etc., etc. So as an application security engineer, that career path, if you take, this is what you would do. And that's why I am, I have designed this presentation in such a way that at least the basics of all these of the cybersecurity areas is something that you are clear with. Okay, now let's go to the next slide, which is protection mechanism. So we did talk about certain countermeasures. Countermeasures are nothing but the protection mechanisms at each of these triads. Now let's go a little bit into details of that, but still it is going to be high level because there are n number of mechanisms that are available. So one of the concepts that you need to understand is defense in depth. So defense in depth means when you look at a digital asset, right, an application, then what it has, it has all these aspects. It's like a burger. If you see, it's a burger actually, where all these are ingredients of that particular burger. If I put that analogy. So when you talk about one application, it's not just the application, right? The application has data. It is hosted on something. That host is on a certain network. It could be an internal network, external network. The network will have a perimeter. That means it will have a certain boundaries. And you switch on the boundary, you go into the perimeter of the service provider, for example. Because maybe in the college, there will be a certain area where you will be in the college wide access network one. And then after that, you move into your service providers area. So the perimeter is going to change. And then there will be physical divisions. And then you have policies, procedures, and awareness. And when you say defense in depth for protecting a particular application, which has all these layers, you have to look at security from defense in depth perspective, which means you have to protect the data, you have to protect the application, which means access, authentication, your identification, authentication, authorization, etc. Then you have to look at the host, because attack can happen from any of these. A physical attack can happen, a perimeter attack can happen, network attack can happen, an internal actor can happen. And that's why there are controls which are various different types of controls. So if you see data, database, content and message security, application, single sign-on, authentication and authorization, which we saw, the controls around that, identity and access management, host. So you've got platform, operating system, patches, malware, protection. Then you go to internal network. So when we talk about internal network, you've got firewall intrusion, various different types of firewall, network firewall, web application firewall, and so on, detection and encryption. If you go to perimeter, then again you have because when it's a perimeter firewall, because there are different types of firewalls depending on the way your network is structured. So you've got firewalls, then you have got virtual private network, then you have got packet filters which are filtering. I told you about denial of service attacks, how they are identified. Then your locks, fences, and security guards. There's a physical security that we are talking about. So when you have to talk about or look at security, it has to be looked at all the aspects. It's not just the username and password that we are talking about. There's only one part. There's so many aspects of it, that need to be looked at. So this particular portion I'm stressing on because you should understand the defense in depth aspect of it. And then on the right hand side, you have got abstraction. How do you do it? So defense in depth is one aspect, but then after that you have abstraction, you have data hiding, which is all those aspects related to data. And then these are the mechanisms. I'll not get into details because again we don't have much time. And then you have encryption. There are various different types of encryption algorithms. How do you encrypt? But you don't need to get into that. You need to understand that there is some concept called as encryption at this stage. Of course, if you go into a company which develops encryption, which is like RSA, then that's a different field, and then you need to understand how this encryption algorithm works, what are the new algorithms that are coming up, etc., etc. But these are the various concepts of, or let's say, production mechanisms that you need to understand. Now let's go to a little bit of organizational roles and responsibilities. So when you look at security as an organization, any organization for that matter, what are the various different security roles that are there? And this is more I am talking about from your career perspective. If you wish to take up this particular career, and this career can go up to C-suite nowadays, the security career path, because the highest position within security is security, cybersecurity, chief information security officer, which is CISO. But it has various different roles, before you reach that role. So various different junior roles are also available, and some of them I have put it here, and they will have flavors. So you have a custodian type of role where you are given the custody of a particular area, which could be application, which could be data, which could be any asset. Then asset owner. So asset owner is a role which is assigned to the person who is responsible for classifying information for placement and protection of that particular asset. So he owns that asset, and he is responsible for putting the design and the protection and various different mechanisms. Security professional. So when I say security professional, there are a number of different types of security professional roles that are available. So you've got network security professional, and then you've got junior, senior analyst, blah 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 in that. Then you've got cloud security. Cloud security professionals are there. In that you have cloud security architect, you have cloud security provisioning engineer, and so on. So there will be again different types of security professionals in different types of areas. So predominantly you will have security in design, security in operation, and you will have compliance. These are the three main areas security, but security professional will be all across, and various different roles are available. And then senior managers like me, who are program managers, or who are look at a certain area, strategize, define the strategy for a particular unit, security unit within the organization, or particular area, which could be data, which could be digital assets, etc., etc. But around these, you will find that organizational roles and responsibilities will evolve, and that's where your likely career path. Then there are certain, security control frameworks that you need to be aware about. And obviously, as a part of Satcom, we will also share this deck later so that you have all these, terminologies documented with you. So, NIST, one of the most important frameworks that you should be aware of, and NIST stands for National Institute of Standards and Technology. It is a US-based federal agency that develops and promotes measurement standards and technology to enhance innovation and competitiveness. And I mean, they are all across. They have manufacturing standards, telecom standards, but security is one part of it. And NIST 853 revision 5 is one of the standards. They have multiple standards, but one of the most important standards from a security perspective. And there are many frameworks. NIST risk framework is there, and then international ISO framework. ISO has various 2706 and so on. Many other ISO standards are available. So the message from this is there are lots and lots of security standards that are available today, which actually you can refer to, and then you can use that particular standard for a company. So you don't need to reinvent the wheel. All this is already there. You should know where and what to apply depending on the vision and mission of the organization. And we saw that in the illustration. Okay, if these things are important, then how do we apply the standards? So you look at the standards, and that's how you apply. And then you apply within confidentiality, integrity, and availability, what is important for you, what is not. And then you prioritize, and then you strategize and put the controls. And that's all about security. A little bit about security policy, standards, procedures, and guidelines, what it means, because these have very different terminologies. So if you look at policy, security policy is a crucial aspect of organization overall security strategy. That's what we talked about in the first slide, right? Helping to define standards and procedures. Standard, once you define the policy, then standard will help you to achieve that. And standards are available. So for example, NIST 800-553 revision 5 is a standard. So they will say that, okay, if you want to protect your data, these are the standards, the way, this is the encryption algorithm that you need to use. These are the ways you need to do your data protection and so on. So you'll have security policy, you have security standards, then you have security procedures. What is the procedure to do that? They translate high level policies into practical actions. So you have to take an action. How do you go about it? It will involve training, it will involve education, it will involve a lot of other stuff, when it comes to procedures. And then you have got guidelines. So they provide valuable recommendations, best practices, frameworks that organization can use. So this is the way it is sort of bifurcated. Now we come to sort of the end of today's lecture, and then I'll open it out for questions. I will probably share the case study with all of you, which you can then provide the answers online. So we'll come back to you after this particular lecture. So now if we are going back to this to the alignment to the Amazon example. So whatever we have learned, all that stuff we learned till now, we are trying to align that to the Amazon example so that you have that understanding in your head. So, and we have been talking about it again and again, and I'm continuously referring it back to Amazon so that it is clear in your mind. So first, let's talk about confidentiality. So when we talked about confidentiality, what is the concept? The concept of the measures used to ensure the protection of the secrecy of the data, objects, and resources. All the resources, all the assets, how to protect that. That comes under confidentiality. So what are the important, parameters from Amazon perspective? Customer data protection, the key, and these are very high level. This is just to give you a feel as to how a security professional or a security consultant is going to start his thinking, right? When he looks at a company. So now we are looking at Amazon confidentiality. That means what immediately comes? Customer data secure access to information, and secure and reliable transactions. So all your financial transactions, all the access to information, who gets the access, and then we talked about authorization, authentication, identification, all those things, they will get bundled under secure access. And then you have customer data protection, and secure and reliable transactions. Then if it is integrity, concept of protecting the reliability and correctness of the data. Now, what are the important parameters from Amazon perspective? We need to look at where we have to talk about integrity: secure and reliable transactions, secure access to information. I mean, the access to the information should be secured so that nobody else is actually impersonating you for that particular access, and your access itself gets hacked. That's not so. That happens in Netflix. I don't know. I mean, the Netflix security is quite poor. If you have, I don't know if you have observed, but you should observe that whenever you try to access your Netflix account, now I have got three personas for myself, my wife, and my son. And the first screen that comes is it shows the personas. So many a time, if my Netflix account is hacked, I can clearly see the persona there. And then of course I go and delete that persona, but that check need to be done continuously, because there is a likelihood that your Netflix account, which is username and password, may get hacked, and somebody else may be, intruding into the or accessing that particular account. So secure access to information authenticity and accuracy, auditable. We talked about it in pretty much detail, and regulatory compliance, which I told you, GDPR and DPDP. These are the two examples. HIPAA also we saw, this health and Information Protection Act. US authorities have defined this particular act for health areas. So that's about integrity when it comes to Amazon example. And then we talk about availability. So availability from a e-commerce platform perspective, 24/7 slide is available. All the information is available. The access to the information is available. Transactions are available. All that, entire end-to-end, I would say, business process, which is related to um, related to doing any financial transactions, purchase of the items, etc., is available. So that is the CIA triad, and that is the CIA triad. How we apply it to Amazon, and not only that, what are the important aspects to it. So when you talk about integrity, what are important parameters? When we talk about confidentiality, what are the important parameters? When we talk about availability, what are the important parameters, etc. So we have checked all those boxes. Now with this, we come to the end of this session for today, which is a session 1. Now let me take questions. Let me open the chat, and then we'll take one by one if there are many questions. And we can also, now you can raise the hands as well if you want to ask any questions. So I think the first question I see here is related to DevOps. What is, I want to ask about DevOps. What's that? And what are the roles I can apply after doing DSA? I don't know what is DSA, but maybe the person can elaborate a little bit on DSA side. But DevOps, I can tell you what DevOps means. So DevOps means basically, as the name suggests, Dev means development, Ops means operations. So earlier, when I started my career, there was no this concept of DevOps. What we had is, we had a development unit. That means we had a team which used to develop software. And when we say develop, there are different roles. So you start with requirement capture. So for requirement capture, you will need a business analyst who will get the requirement, who will draft the requirement. Then you will have probably an architect, software architect, who will actually architect that solution. That means he will decide, okay, what are the different components that solution is going to have. Then once that thing is architected, the requirements and the architecture will be given to the design team, that is the software development team, who will actually convert that architecture into actual software, working software. and that working software will have two parts. One will be infrastructure and one will be the software part of it. So infrastructure will be, what sort of servers you require, what is the space, database space that you would require, uh, and so on. And then you have the people who are actually writing the code for it. So that's a development team that you are having. Then it goes to testing, where the testers are going to test this particular solution. Then it goes to the user testing. Users are going to test, and then it goes to the production. Once the software goes to the production, there is another team which is called as software support team, which will take care of the day-to-day defects that come into the software. So let's say you are using a particular system and you are not able to do a certain functionality, is not working or having some errors. So there will be a ticketing system where you will go and you will raise a ticket saying that I'm a user of this system and I'm getting this particular defect. That defect will go to the software support person, which is a separate team altogether, and he'll fix. This was earlier the situation that we had. Just give me 1 sec. Huh? I'm just getting a call. I will stop for a second. Sorry, guys. I got a phone call, so I had purposefully muted my mic so that I can answer that phone, because I have committed some time to somebody else, and that person is calling me. So I've just asked him to wait for 10 minutes. Okay, so where was I? Yeah, so I was talking about development and support, right? So these were two different separate teams, right? And the other team where you would raise the defects, etc., that would be taken care by the support team, which is called as the operations team, which is actually doing day-to-day operations. But later on, uh, people realize that this is an inefficient way of working, because there is no connection between the people who are supporting the software and people who are developing the software. Because what happens is there are a lot of defects that will come in the software, which may not be just immediate fixes. They may require some basic design changes, and that particular information flow was not happening because operation team was separate, design team was separate. Operation team was not involved when the design was happening, right? And design team is not involved when operations are happening. So they don't know what's really happening when I'm putting the code outside. So from that particular perspective, they came out with this concept of DevOps, which means the development and the operations, they work together. So literally they work hand in hand. They are physically located together. So I mean, there was a, now of course things have changed a lot. We have agile. In COVID, we used to have, we were working online. So physically we got separated now, but the idea is, so now I mean these teams are virtually together, but the way they are organized is, kind of, they are all together. And in a certain period of time, I would say, when the DevOps was in its full blown kind of, we are putting the structure, especially in India, in most of the development centers, the way we did it was, we had the support team and we had the development team sitting physically together, talking to each other, discussing all these various different types of issues together. So if there is a big priority one issue that has come on the support team would bring that issue to the developers, to the designers. They would work together, they would discuss, and then they would decide what kind of actions need to be taken, so that we are appropriately fixing the defect. And we are not just making, or fixing the defect just for the sake of it, but we are checking the impact of that defect across the entire assets. So because all the assets are connected, if there is a defect in one area, it will have impact in 100 areas. So you are doing a proper impact analysis, and if it has an impact on the future releases as well, we are also checking that. And then that is a, you are looking at it holistically, all the aspects comprehensively, you are looking at it, and then you are fixing it. So that's the real meaning of DevOps, which means dev and ops, they are working together. And many a times it also happens that these, I mean, the roles are interchangeable. So what we do typically to get the best of everything, we put a person, so typically when a person starts working, we put him in support so that he understands, slowly starts understanding stuff. Then we put him in testing, and then we move him into development, and then he probably moves his career into development. So DevOps is a role, and then you have got various different roles within that. But the basic concepts of DevOps is dev and operations working together hand in hand, so that both of them have the knowledge of each other, and ultimately to benefit the system, so that the system that you are developing is robust enough, is taking care of the defects. But the defects are not just fixed for the sake of it, but they are fixed at the root level. What are the roles I can apply? I don't know the answer to this. There are various different types of roles. I think you will need to really get, because nowadays, the roles are also very specialized. So if you look at, I mean, in the artificial intelligence and machine learning area, you will have data scientists, you will have machine learning engineer, you will have machine learning operations engineer. So there are various different types of roles coined by organizations, and the meaning of that role will be very different for each organization. So there is very less standardization also in terms of roles. So a software engineer as a role can mean anything to any organization. So it's very difficult for me to comment on this particular part, but I hope that at least the DevOps part you have been able to understand. Okay, I don't see any. Okay, there's one more question also, sir. I am currently doing DSA in, so I don't know, DSA is data structure analytics or analysis or what, I don't know, in C++. So can I go in cybersecurity field even after doing? So I believe, that's a advice to everyone. If you want to go into cybersecurity, you should start your career as a developer in area. Either you go into infrastructure, core infrastructure, that is cloud ops. So if you get an opportunity to move into a cloud ops role, any role within infrastructure in cloud, either you take that role, because then you can go into infrastructure security. Or if you want to go on the application side, I think hardcore 5 years software development role by building applications is the best way to then get into cybersecurity. Don't get into cybersecurity immediately, because you need to understand first all these assets in detail, what they mean, how they are built, what are the different types of coding techniques, what is the concept of library. So if you are doing something in Python, what are Python libraries, how a particular piece of code, when it becomes malicious, means what really happens, what is the meaning of ransomware, what is the meaning of virus. All these aspects, when you understand yourself and mean all these things which we discussed today, which is identification, authentication, all these things you will come to know when you actually are the part of a software development team. So I would suggest that get any role which is giving you a hardcore software development experience, either on the application side, or if it's a machine learning engineer kind of experience where you are doing ML ops, or you are doing cloud ops where you are on the infrastructure side. So if you want to build a career in cybersecurity, first you do development, understand these assets, and then in parallel you start doing your cybersecurity certifications, which will help you and decide, because you need to decide which area you want to go. So cybersecurity is vast. At a very high level, you have got application security, you have got network security, you have got infrastructure security, and so on. You have got data security, you have got cloud security, and so on. Sir, can you provide a roadmap for a career in ethical hacking? Very good question. So ethical hacking comes under the application security umbrella. So if you are ethical, I mean, if you want to build, again, if you want to become an ethical hacker, I would suggest that you need to be a developer first. Start, because unless you know how to create, you will not be able to destroy it, because hacking is destroying, which means you have to find different ways and vulnerabilities where weaknesses where a developer might make a mistake. So the journey which I told you, you need to work as a support person, you need to work as a tester, application functional tester, and you need to have a very hardcore development background, and then in parallel start developing your skills which are related to ethical hacking. Then let's say 5 years you do this, then you go into ethical hacking, which is penetration testing. That is typically a part of application security testing group. Then you move into that group, probably then 4 or 5 years of ethical hacking, and then after that you might want to get into senior management role within cybersecurity, or you want to become an architect, cybersecurity architect. So multiple of these ways are available, but ethical hacking is a very good way of starting your cybersecurity career. But before that, you should always start with development. You should always start with the most important core thing that is important for cybersecurity. Okay, any other questions? Okay, I think we are almost top of the hour. It's 5 minutes left. So I will close the call unless anyone, maybe I'll wait for 30 seconds. If anyone has any question, if you want to ask the question by unmuting your mic also, it is fine. If you want to put it in the chat also, that is fine. Otherwise, then we'll close this session. I hope this session was useful to you. If just give me a thumbs up if you like the session. You can give a thumbs down also if you didn't like the session, and I'm okay for that, because that gives a little bit of a, unfortunately we can't see each other and it's not in person, so I don't understand the what is the feedback, did you like it or not. Excellent, so I've got a lot of thumbs up, so I think I should get a good night's sleep today. Okay, so with this, I think we'll close the session for the day. Thank you very much for your patience, for joining this. I hope that this will be very informative to you. There's one more session also, but we'll see how we can plan that, because we missed this Tuesday. And Satkam representative will come back to you with the second session details. With this, I will end this session for the day. Thank you very much. Have a great day and have a great weekend. And best of luck for your examinations. Thank you.